Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing today? I hope everyone is having a lovely day and a lovely week thus far. And getting ready for some more great Ace Attorney Chronicles, where we're starting a new case. Very exciting, very exciting. But yes, do go grab some tea or some coffee or just any of the sort, and then we'll be able to relax with some visual novel murder mystery. While we're just relaxing and you get your beverages or your snacks, I will start up the game. Oh, the music from the game always makes me smile. Just to clarify, this game is very sad. We're just waiting for 8 Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. You know how Steam gets. Steam can get a bit blech. Lovely stuff. I think it's coming on. Where is... Oh, there he is! New subs goal. Ah, the goal is there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Lovely, lovely stuff. Oh, that is loud. That is loud. But it's loud for me. It might not be. It might be all right for you, but it's definitely loud for me. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Let's go. Let's go. Let's start case 5. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Investigation Part 1. Yes. 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 The Hound of the Baskervilles! Oh, that's so good. That's so good. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
It's coming! Jones's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared.
It appeared.
From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound.
It's a doggo!
Such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles.
I wonder what happened at the end. I can't entirely remember. I tried to think back. I watched the 1940s version. I watched the 80s version. I really need to watch the 80s version of Sherlock Holmes again. The 80s version of Sherlock Holmes is very good. And then obviously there is Sherlock Benedict Cumberbatch version. At the beginning it's fantastic, but then it died down after season 2. But yes, let's go. Let us continue. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. 2 months? In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, There then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Wait, what? Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy, which is Herlock's attic, by the way. Boom, 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 boom. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, this is cute! Look what he done with it. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's a little desk for Susato. That's adorable. Oh my god, I love seeing, I don't know why, there's something aesthetically pleasing about it. I love seeing kettles boiling on a gas stove. I don't know why. It kind of reminds me of my gran and granddad, because they would have an old kettle that the only way to boil it is to put it on a gas stove, and I don't know, it just makes things so cozy. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us a breakfast this morning. I think Susato-san is bored. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. Oh, don't you start talking about food. I want food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Oh, here we go again. I think she's just desperately want a case. I suppose we should talk to her. The telegram. What is it? So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Yes. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. You're keeping something from us, girl. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. Really? That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. No, tell us. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. So, Saseki-san. I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yeah, because I think it takes like 50 days of boat ride between Great Britain and Japan. Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already and be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Saseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. True. I mean, the judge says that he's welcome to stay in London to learn more about British culture. You mean as regards Lord Van Seeks, the Reaper? Oh, you think he would have died? You think that he would have been killed like Mr. McGilder did? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. The Reaper! The Reaper! What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? So this is how Mr. McGildy died. He was shut in this omnibus that was caught in flames. Oof, so he was burnt alive, basically. Holy shit. Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. I feel like there's more to it. There really is. Even 2 months on, the course of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Saseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Saseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then? Oh, just my luck. With me and the Reaper in the court. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? I wonder if Reaper only wants to go against Ryunosuke for some reason. Don't you find it coincidental that the Reaper just got back into prosecution as we started? Sus. Very sus. Oh, nothing. Never mind. Well, I think we discussed everything here. Shall we move? Shall we move to breakfast? The Sholmes is sweet. We get to see Sholmes. At least I hope we get to see Sholmes. We are living in his place. 15th of April. Sholmes is sweet. Morning, Rena. Morning, Susie. I was wondering. What is that? Let's see if I can make up what he's trying to play. Good morning, Iris. Let's just continue. I'm having the faintest idea. Iris? What is it? What is it, Runa? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. It really does. Oh. Yes, I know. You noticed that, did you? Honey isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Oh, thank goodness. Oh. Oh. That's creepy. I don't know why, I just don't like that. Hello? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. I'm scared. Is this going to be a jump scare? Oh, good morning to die, perhaps. Oh, how would he say it? How would he speak in such a depressed tone? A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Shit, is he? I mean, clearly he's not a. Oh, Jesus Christ! Ah! I knew that would be a jump scare. Shams! Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me if it's not too much trouble. Why is he speaking so slowly? Meow! Kitty? Kitty? Kitty! Oh my god, it's a kitten with a bow tie! Oh, he's adorable! I presume it's a bow tie. Oh, he's so cute! Look, it's Wagai! Good morning, boy. Meow. Oh, he's so cute! That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. It's called a cat flap. But how did it get there? Well then everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. The desk is tidy. Ooh, but I would love that desk. That's like a dream desk, isn't it? I don't know. The bar with the light. I don't know. That's so cool. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Shall we talk to him? Look, Mr. Sholmes, I'm living with you to be excited about things, not this. Okay. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melisonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavoured to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Practice makes perfect. Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? Sholmes, just try to practice. If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Cases? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? The missing machine. Did he have a machine? I can't remember the machine. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... Your desk was rather empty today. Ah, well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytos... I don't know how to say words now. Great analytoscope. Analytoscope. That's at Windy Banks now. Sorry, is that a windy bank? No, Windy Banks. The pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? I know what he did. Did he swap that machine for a violin at pawnbrokers thinking he would be able to play the violin straight away? Is that what happened? No wonder he's freaking depressed. You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madame, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? He swapped the machine for the violin. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? Is it? Was it? I don't recall. On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they rent. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Interesting. Was that a common thing in Victorian times? Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Banks, you see? A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Yes. Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? Like the machine? Charms? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Well, what do we do? What do we do? I think breakfast is in order. Hi. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh, he was so sick, he's kitty. He didn't take his cat with him? Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures, their meows as empty as the heart of the muses. Excuse me, Herlock Jones. Cats are not unfeeling creatures. That is absolutely a myth. Cats have lots of compassion, definitely. They can tell when their owners truly loves them. I miss Finton. And me and Bertie do want a cat ourselves. Oh, look, there he is. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. That's what I thought. I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. Gotcha. I forgot about that. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Yes, we kind of had our first-hand experience with that. Thank you, Sasato. Oh, I don't mind because Waggy is adorable. Meow. Aww. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Runo. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper mat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Nice little trivia for you about cat flaps. Cat flaps were invented by Sir Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton loves his cats, but he doesn't like getting up to constantly opening and closing the door for the cat. So he's the one who made the cat flap for the door so the cat can get in and out as he please while Isaac Newton continues to work. I bet you didn't know anything about that. Bet you didn't know that. Some trivia 101 there. And yes, the same Sir Isaac Newton that discovered gravity, he made a cat flap. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Yes, but you want to do it neatly, Unusuke. That's the point. You definitely want to do it neatly. Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. True. There's some value from it. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Sir Iris. What? Oh, so the cat can come upstairs. That's so cute. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. I wouldn't call it unconventional if you have a cat. Like, what if you leave and you have all the doors closed? Meow! Oh, what was that? What guy? What happened? What happened to the kitty? What was that? I don't know, and now I'm scared for the cat's life. Like, what just happened? Oh no! What the hell is tangled up in your phone? I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised if the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? He is. Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives. Shall I hurry? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Well, we should assess the damage, should we? Let's have a look. Well, this is the violin. Yes, the cat broke the string. So this is the violin, is it? I suppose that makes sense because the cats are all for strings. It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. going to Google to see if that is an actual person. Oh, I've typed it. Antonio Stradivari. Ah! Was an Italian luthier and a craftsman of string instruments such as violins, cellos, guitars, violas, and harps. The more you know. I love games that teaches you things. Well, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back valley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honourable of you! And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. Ah, I understand the trouble now. It needed tuning. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No, there is none. Mr. Sholmes. What, dear madame, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? Well, it's just been damaged by a cat. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Wait, it's been swapped? Oh, Susie's right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. What crack? Can you see a crack? Oh, well, you can't because of my webcam. But I can't see a crack. Yes, I can. Oh my god, you can see it too. It's just down there. It's just conjoined with the design. Oh shit! Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. What is it? Is it a cello? Then what? What is it? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called the viola. What? What? Wait, how does he not notice this? How does he not notice about his own violin? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Oh, we're asking about to Iris? Iris, hello Iris. Looks like we've got stuff to talk to you about. Let's go. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windybanks until last week. At the pawnbroker's? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. Oh, he seems to be on fit as a fiddle now. You see what I did there? You see what I did there? There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. That's... Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Unless someone buys the violin. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your very sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, a fine state of affairs this is, why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. Ah, I see what you did there, Mr. Sholmes. Lovely, lovely stuff. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. All of us were dilly-dallying. We're just talking about your violin because you were depressed. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, fussing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato, without a moment's delay. Is that our case for finding your violin? I want murder! I mean, not murder in real life, but murder in the game! But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs! Oh no, don't you start! I don't want bacon and eggs! My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fess your egg even more obtusely? Away, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, Muno. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. I bet this is where we find the murder. Are we moving? Let's go, let's go. Well, 2 new locations have been added. Well, first of all, there's Baker Street. And then let's go to Baker Street first. Or do we have to move to the pawn shop? Let's go, let's go. 15th of April, Windybank's pawnbrokery. Oh, look at all of these clocks. I want those clocks. Got some got some lovely stuff around. Sorry, I love like tattered junk like cramming into shops. I don't know why. So 15th of April, Windybank's pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Sasato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes, you can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. Same, Sasato! Same! My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, so welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Is that ire? Come! The fight is afoot! Hello, good sir. I like your bow tie, but it's not as good as Wagahai's bow tie. Sorry, sir. The violin, sir. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. Oh, okay. Hi, Ragwort. Listen, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, lovely? I do hope that you're feeling much better today, Rag. How's it going? How utterly unforgivable of me! An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There was only one way to make amends. Where the fuck did you go? I shall have to take my own way. What? No. I shall have to take my own life. This Sholmes is up. I don't think that would be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Really? Ah, yes. Even Sholmes doesn't know what to do. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, "Ah, here it is." You could have just jumped in and say, "No, that's a viola." Like, what? You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. Do you remember that, Sholmes? However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. This is kind of hitting a little too close, working in retail, where the customer's done something wrong, yet somehow you're to blame. It's like... No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. You okay now, sir? Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition, now would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. Yeah, that's fair. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am, for example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? Gotta see this. And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean? I've yet to read? Oh, forgive me. No. Read before you die. You must tell me more. It's a satire. That's not what we meant. Okay, unpublished story. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Sasato-san is really fired up now. Is it really an unpublished story? Under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I'd like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more.
It tells us something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Why was it unpublished? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. So, what is this book? I bet it's The Hounds of the Baskerville. It's considered the most popular Sherlock Holmes tale. Ooh.
Of course so, of course. They're safer sold with me, I assure you, all my life.
But they won't be safe if you shot yourself, sir. This is all very strange. It's very strange. Right, pawnbrokery. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it.
You want him to get undressed in the middle of the shop? It's not that kind of pawn shop.
Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry.
Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colours are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh, my 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Lol. Ooh, I got a random pain in my back. Excuse me. So now my... Oh. Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraised their items and offered them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right, which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders.
Sorry, I'm getting a sharp pain in my back and my stomach. Ah, and I don't know why.
Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity.
One should never talk of one's demise so casually.
Absolutely, Herlock. I can completely agree. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. Ah, yeah, that's also true.
And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs.
Well, what sort of measures?
I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? What was that deep sigh about? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Red-handed recorder? What's that about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder?
Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. Oh, you mean like a camera? I thought you meant an instrument. Weren't we talking about his? I thought he meant a record. Ah, well, I'm dumb. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film, and every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Wait, what? It's still ongoing, so it records every customer? Can you stop? Recorder? That pan still has some leftover spaghetti bolognese. I mixed it all together. I might have some myself later. But there's also some leftover bolognese from the bowls in the Tupperware. I don't... No, you have it. We can split it. I didn't realise there wasn't much there. I don't want much. I'm only going to have a cereal bowl full. Thank you, my love. Here, I have an example I can show you. Can I see it? Can I see it? Ah, yes, a print from the camera is set to record the activity at the shop counter. Oh my god, he's got a picture of a doggy! First the kitty, now a doggy. I developed a special type of film so sensitive. It produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. And you can print these in color too? Would you easily access the cameras that does color prints in Victorian times? And it has a timestamp. You can't see it because of the gold, but it says 4 AM at the top. Okay. Really? That's extraordinary. I don't know. Was there something like that existed in Victorian times? Yeah, I was going to say, I know that there was like one camera. I know they were looking into coloured photos or prints, but it wasn't common in Victorian times. So...
No, it was impossible.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was something that they're trying to figure out.
Of course they were. They didn't succeed.
Wasn't there a footage of like Victorian adults and children in Victorian times are looking at the camera weirdly and considered the first ever recording?
Wasn't Victorian, that was at least the 1900s. Queen Victoria died in 1901.
Oh, it was 1900s, okay. So, yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. Yeah, this game is a little inaccurate. Like, you can get...
I don't think it's supposed to be historically accurate.
I mean, true. But when you think of, they have coloured prints, but they don't have the means to find fingerprints. Like, I don't know when they'll be able to find out that people left fingerprints, but do you know when?
I would say probably after coloured photos, but I'm not...
Oh, it was after coloured photos, okay. Well, the more you learn indeed. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity will be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? So anything could happen in 30 minutes. Indeed, as you say, my dear madame. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? Yeah. One could only say. That would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause of distress of late. Are these Iris's inventions, by the way? I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for 9 on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. How much does that cost? I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. I mean, he's not wrong. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, that looks like a violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you tried to pop. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. No, Windybank. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Absolutely, absolutely. Fear not. Sorry, I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. There's still a bullet in there, my dude. Someone can still get hurt. That's not really what I meant. No. Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. Lol. Well, Windybank, let's go. So, Mr. Navahodo, now we can explore at last. Can we explore? We should explore. I feel like we have talked to him a lot. Ooh. Let's explore around this area. Ooh. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter here. Mr. Winterback is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. You mean the doggo? The golden Labrador? That's what caught my eye. Oh, the gun. This revolver here. Oh, yes. Do not entertain even the single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. Herein. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw their weapon with a speed belying his portly size. Oh, you don't mean he'd... Blow his brains out, indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Shit, that's serious. My, but in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Okay, so... we get to see the doggo? There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain. Oh! Oh, there is! Oh, shit. I can't see because of the glare. Ooh. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. Oh, what do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. But do you really need to say it to us? It sounds like private. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to attain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Yeah, that too. Yeah, but so are you two. You two now know. Okay, let's have a look around. Ooh. Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madame, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Sure. Oh, what a sublime sound. That is very, very pretty. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. That is very pretty. This particular specimen is of the large variety commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. They do. Oh dear God, they do. I don't like it. Oh, shoot. I did not mean to. Let's just let it play because we already know about the music box. But I want to look at some other things. I wonder if we examine this area, we just find, like, something amiss. Like, does that skull mean anything? Bum, bum, bum. That is very pretty music, though. I do happily will hear that again. We have many clocks. We have a top hat. Oh, we don't want to... There we go. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit! What else is there? Ah, so that's quite interesting. Don't think there's anything else to explore. I think we're good. Is this a camera? I presume this is a camera. These are price tags. Okay, let's have a look. Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. All right then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once. Oh, all right then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Oh my god, what's happening? What's happening? The music is intense. What the? Do we know this person? I don't believe it! It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, a sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. I get the feeling that that photograph is gonna be very important. They're often found at little stores in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madame. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. I feel like that photo of the girl is going to be very, very important. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. No, I have no idea either. There's a small catch just here, look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Ooh. Oh my, that's amazing. It is some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing! No, nothing at all! Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. It feels as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. You mean this? Oh, don't mean to click it! So is this like a tiny stereoscope? I feel like these machines are going to be important at some point, especially the photo of the girl. You know? I'm going to look at the photo of the girl again and see if there is anything out of the ordinary. Hang on a second. In this photo, she looks more like she moved to her left a little bit. Yeah, she looks like she moved more to the left a little bit. But surely... But the horses don't just stay like that. They'll be trotting along. Interesting. Unless... Unless the girl is from a separate photo and they imprinted her onto this picture of the foreground. Kind of like old Victorian Photoshop. Do you remember me telling you about the two girls that they try to spread about fairy stories, and they got like, and they have like fairy drawings and then print it into like photographs, and it became such a big thing thinking that fairies are real. So that's old-fashioned Photoshop. I think it might be something like that. Because look, she looks like she's moved to the left. But technically she shouldn't be the one to be moving. The horses should, but it looks like they haven't been moved. Like at all. Interesting. Okay. She's important. This is important. Unless it's something to do with being cross-eyed. Anything else to explore? Oh. Door and the calendar. That's pretty much it, really. Let's have a look. 3 globes of gold. Is that some sort of charm? Dear me, have you not seen that sign before? No, never. Oh, 2 orbs of globe. I've just about seen it now. The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of a pawnbrokery. There are many than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound. Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning? That is entirely unimportant here, dear madame. Irrelevant, even. You mean you don't know? Lol. Okay, and then this calendar. Oh, and this trumpet now. Anywhere else? I think we covered everything here. Good. Interesting. I feel like the stereoscopic machine is very important. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. Yes, sir. I feel like that would be important as well. Yeah, so it's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Oh, okay. What? Only 2pence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Oh, what's happening? Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's at it? I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago. I've forgotten her name. Gina? Is it Gina? Her name is Gina Lestrade. Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, owns a crust among large crowds of relieving people of their purses, what's commonly called a pickpocket. Ah! She seems to be doing well. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Eh? What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You will be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windybank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on and I'll make trouble for ya. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. I was wondering if we're going to see her again. He's really done it. He's gone. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? Is that the metal disc you use to play music? It must be. It must be. And you go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Lol. Satterson can really stand her ground when she wants to. Or whatever. Are we talking to her? Looks like we're talking to her. Pawnbroker's customer. Hello, hello. Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. So that's a yes. Suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. But not this time, alright? I swear that thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. So we're going back to talk to Windybank. Where is he? There he is. Let's talk to him about Gina Lestrade. Mr. Windybank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It's a disc to play music. It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside the music box. That is right! Yes! In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of these discs before.
The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. Ah, that explains the holes. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us what tune is on this disc.
Let's play it. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music boxes, see? British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
We can test it. Would that ruin it? We can test it.
I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm afraid offering more than I should at a penny.
Oh, that's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was. Well...
He who? Yeah, I was going to say he. Who's he?
Oh, never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money. I know it is.
Well, then you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Ugh.
Why can't we just take the disc? Can we take the disc? She's been in before, of course, as little tatterdemillion. What does that mean? I see. And bought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
Oh, so is there something dubious about the disc she bought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually bought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, storage ticket. So, Mr. Strahd has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windybank.
Isn't that going into other customers' personal information? The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Ah. Oh.
Oh, what's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
The disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price. New article to pawn. Let's have a look then. I'm confused. I thought you said that Mr. Strahd bought in a storage ticket today. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's really quite simple. Is it? I feel like when someone say it's quite simple and then explain it, it's actually not so simple. Yes, the child bought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat which you returned to her care as I'd understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean she's pickpocketing the coat?
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at the lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
Ah, oh, she is a rascal. If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it.
For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think, yeah.
Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Mr. Strahd, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Oh, me.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man, it's me old man's, ain't it?
Is it, Mr. Strahd? I was going to say, is it? Is it? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Very suspicious. Animal, please. Oh, who could this be? Hey, there's question marks. I never know what voice to give. I presume it's a gruffy man. He's not gruffy at all. He's a gentleman. Hello. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Hello. Hello. Your suit is very bright, sir. Hello. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. I've seen this with the voice. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I've a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Oh, I agree with her. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Boker! Yes, sir? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my, ooh. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's my old man's. All it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Nullholder. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. More? So let's converse with her, the gentleman's accusation. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you bought in here just now. No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Ooh. Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. Maybe you shouldn't wear so fanciful clothes. Maybe it makes you less of a target. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Grrr. Come along now, Mr. Strahd. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Oh, Dot, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence, let's see the evidence. Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade is redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. We don't know the guy's name. Yes, brilliant.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. Well, we don't even know his name either, so it won't make a difference. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. I presume by a number. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Oh, of course. It's Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. Watchwords. Ah, so like passwords. They're basically passwords. So about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. Oh, there goes there goes Herlock shows. It's like,
these pictures. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sherms now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
But they do. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each net item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article?
That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th of April.
Yes.
With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir.
But oh!
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt.
Oh. Come on!
I suppose we can ask him. May we ask for your name? Picture postcard, gentleman. Whoever this dude is.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Yes, thank you. Who are you? We do not know your name, good sir. One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here.
Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Oh, dance. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-coloured soup dressed up with exotic spices. I don't know what to make of that description. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first, before inquiring after the name of another.
Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Sasato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
Sorry, that was the windows. I don't know why it gone off like that. Let's see. Your name? My name is Benedict. Yes. Agatha Benedict. Eggs Benedict. Oh. Agatha Benedict. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks. But that name is suspicious because it's not his real name. Eggs Benedict. Agatha Benedict. God. Who would call their son Egert? Now to the matter at hand. Ooh, 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 ooh. My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Also, would someone with wealth, as this gentleman appears to have, would go to a pawnbroker? Something about this gentleman is very, very suspicious, you know. God, every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. More grumpy. It fits him to a T, though. Not sure if a white top hat suits with the overcoat, though, sir. So let there be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egert Benedict, sir. Do you guys really believe that's his name? I don't believe it for a second. I will not believe that there would be a mother that would name their child Egert. I will not. Oh, more dancing, more dancing. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. Is that disc important? Just this one. Pardon, sir. Oh, there's more. Oh, I wonder if he's a dancer. Then he explains the music and the gesturing. Or maybe something in like theatrical arts. I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another disc. Oh dear. Oh, it might be in the music box. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, guttling. You're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Since they're away, I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc. It's mine. Oh. It's getting tense. Oh, fuck! Oh, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? Don't call her a tramp. Oh, I don't like this man. You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Where? Oh my, yes. There's blood on the disc. Oh, shoot. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his fingers on them. How? He's wearing gloves. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Or you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, then they'll have it off me again, so you keep hold of it. Mr. Strahd, why is this disc so important to her? The music box disc has been entered into the court record. Wait, what? So now it's in the there? into the record. A metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. The piece of music, which remains unidentified, is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. So the holes... So the mechanical music box protrudes into the holes in order to make music. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. Oh, what do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? I don't know. Why don't we play it? Look at Mr. Winterbank, watching diligently over his shop. There are still so many things I'm curious about, but somehow I don't really feel like this is the right time to be browsing. Calming this fraught situation must be our first priority, and I'm fairly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the articles here in this shop. I know, it's the music box. Oh shit! For McGilded! Oh shit! Look at that! Okay. For McGilded. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look! And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded! It couldn't be. But it is Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Ooh, a metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. On the reverse side is a note that reads, For McGilded. Ooh. Can we... Wow, Mr. Strahd is really looking daggers at that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses controls and attack him again. What do we do? What do we do? Sherlock! Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. He saw the girl! So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows, cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. It's not fellowship, there's a fight. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place, whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered.
Hello, hello, lovely. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I feel simply awful for you. We are currently figuring out whose music disc belongs to. The gentleman called Egert Benedict or Gina Lestrade. Lestrade. Why does that name sound so familiar? I know it's from Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Lestrade. But he was a detective inspector. Wait, Greg's... Poor Mr. Shums, I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us. How are you doing, Netherlith? How are things? I hope your week is going very well so far, lovely. Do you solve the entire case once again?
My dear madame, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for?
It seems Mr. Shums has had another of his flashes of inspiration, but who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here?
Listen to the deduction. Is there another deduction, Wayne? Are we going to do another deduction? Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Yes! What? Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When the lady's in trouble, true gent's supposed to be there to help straight away, not an hour later.
Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? There's no denying it that Herlock Sholmes is way better than Gert Benedict. Mr. Gert Benedict. You have in my eyes a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg! Hello!
It would seem that once again, Mr. Shums has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. I love it! So, shall we begin?
Yes! Yes!
Yes! We'll do this deduction, and then I definitely need to go and eat something. Now there's eggs. I really want eggs now. The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes' logical reasoning spectacular! Yay! Let's go, let's go. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Mystery man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had a redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. Ooh. 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 We saw this notice before in the previous case. In that couple's flat. The landlord and his maid wife. I think it's this notice to the circus. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is a staff recruitment flyer. No, it's not. It's an advertisement for the circus. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. What is it, Benedict? The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I I've had this cane for years. Do you have... Well, I suppose in Victorian times men do have canes for appearance-wise. So... But maybe... Oh, the contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing of ferrule. I mean, true, but there's an initials that says AG. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. That is also true. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Well, it's got AG on it. Yes, the reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. Oh, but of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. Oh, it's the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. To tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. That is the conclusion that Herlock Sholmes have possessed. We're still not done. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? More dancing, some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. See, I was thinking of the gun. I would think he's looking at the gun. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you... In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. But master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, the picture postcard tells us all we need to know. See, that's... Oh, that... Well, there's the London Crystal Tower that suspiciously looks like the Eiffel Tower. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, a considerable crime you have been contemplating. Phew. It's the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank. The special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information. So keep it under your hat, please. It was top secret police information, Sholmes. Why did you let it out? Lol, to steal the Great Exhibition reserve funds. Oh god, I need a drink for after that. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective wracked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed. Though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly in fact. Oh gosh, Sherlock! What have you done? You announced the top secret information very loudly. That's hilarious. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal. Yes, that is the reason. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as he said, then he'd be making plans to steal the vault. Then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh, yes, Herlock. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windybank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh, my love, are you sure you are not so unscrupulous? Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo! An excellent idea! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes! Yes, I do! I always love the great deductions. This is so fun! Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. I think this is the best mode they have ever added. Very well then. Let us start once more from the beginning. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Herlock Sholmes is magnificent. Logic and reasoning spectacular. I think he just brings out all these deductions because I think he enjoys Mr. Naruhodo deducing his deductions. To be fair, it's so fun. It's so fun. direction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Let's go, let's go. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place? It's a staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? I wish I could see more. The stylish hat. Well, hello. Scribbled writing. Oh, indeed. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name Gina Lestrade, height 5'2", green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, wagged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of this shop has been written down here too. Windy Banks Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline 15th of April, which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper? Well, I think we found it.
Take that!
True! Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing is sketched on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket to Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that's it's a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windybank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Mr. Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What? Utter what? I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. Ferrule? Ferrule? Is it ferrule? What's a ferrule? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of the cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes a nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, that one. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on his cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Although the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. You mean this initial? Initialing? Look here, Mr. Sato. There's some letters on the handle.
Ah, yes. Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names.
So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean?
That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously.
Oh, AG? AG. Do we know anyone under the name AG? I don't think we do. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? Take that! Pew! So I love the glass shattering noise when you got it right. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, when you say, Mr. Regert Benedict. We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in the most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you'd had that cane for years. Ugh. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Ah. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Mr. Strahd redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him.
But we know that he actually identified Mr. Strahd from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue.
So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. There's a tear.
Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart.
Look! So it is.
Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something what was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded a bit like a tiny growl, but now I think it was probably the sound of this seam ripping open.
So if you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to burst, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If you were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart.
That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around?
She's really giving this some thought. Looks like we presenting this, the split seam. Ooh. This one's easier than the last one. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Ugh. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seams is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pocket. This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winterbank. Ah! But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Yes, it did. It did. Woo! We solved it. Oh, no, we didn't. We got the second bit. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details, n'est-ce pas? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword related to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunnelling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting, didn't it? Didn't it indeed? Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windybank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windybank would allow you to redeem the article, whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Look at this, Mr. Sato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windybank has scribbled to himself. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windybank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him, right before their eyes. And in alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Mr. Windybank is an idiot. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down a response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Mr. Strahd. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windybank. When a diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. Ah. And that's, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Mr. Strahd? Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. I wonder if he's the one that's going to get killed. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? Phew. For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you have very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windybank isn't even worth a penny, and yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. This is the only thing we've got.
Take that!
Ooh. You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads, "For McGilded." Mr. Magnus McGilded. Yep. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his lone mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today... Pew! Was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Woohoo! That was so fun! Solved! Deduction complete. Elementary. Yes. Yes. That was so fun. Well, hello, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Ooh. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mr. Sato. Well, according to what Mr. Windybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th of April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th of February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Was that the day of the case when Mr. McGilded died? Deposited at 10:30 p.m, I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February. It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Oh, the case. Oh, God. The murder. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. Oh, I'll be right back. Hello there, I am so sorry about that. I had a call. It was my parents. And then I used this opportunity to have lunch, although it should have crisps. I'm really starting thinking about food now. I'm gonna... I hope you don't mind me munching and crunching away, but I am starving. I think this Eggs Benedict guy is going to die. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I think. Now I mixed up Nando's medium sauce into these eggs. I hope they're okay. Woo! Shit, that is spicy. But very good. Alright, well, let's see what this Benedict guy had to say about all this. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deduction you choose. However... Oh. Oh dear. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. Huh. He has a gun. Maybe we should give it to him. Hold on, what are we gonna do? It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do we do? What do we do? Wait, will it? It may not. Mr. Windybank! This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers if that were to happen. No! I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windybank, no! Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson! Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines, so we got here as fast as we could. Now what's all this about, eh? Oh wow. So I'm eating. Oh, You're here at last! I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. I keep an eye on you. I don't like you. You assume you have the upper hand. Oh, now he's got his sufficient chips. He didn't have that before. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. See, there is a Detective Inspector Lestrade, Greg Lestrade. I wonder if he knows Gina Lestrade. I wonder if his surname is Lestrade. Petty? Mr. Winterbank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Well, that's good to know. Do, do, do. Oh, the music here is so good. Anyway, sir, you're going to have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! Oh, wait, whoa! He's getting away! What happened? What the hell happened? He's just like, no. Get after him, lads. Whistle the beat officer too. Sir. There's been a spat of theft at pawn shops around here recently. I gathered you might need to do something about the security system in these pawn shops. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Ooh, nice one. Nice one indeed. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried for a while. Yes. I'm very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes. I love the fact that he knows who he's talking to. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is, mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Regina is so not happy. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. and was summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued! This would be a good time to finish off my lunch. Sorry. Let me finish off my lunch and then we get started on part 2. I feel like we're finally starting on this case. Whatever the case is. Woo, that is spicy. I think I put too much medium sauce in my scrambled eggs. Alrighty then, let's go. Mm. 15th of April, Baker Street. She's got an overcoat again. See, that's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a bag of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh really, Mr. Strahd? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? No, surely you were given that. Yeah, did he let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough? He went through the pockets and then said, go on then, have it, before telling me to scarp her. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc mind. Music box disc? But Mr. Windybank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long hard stare. Okay, whatever you want to do. I think not, Mr. Strahd. We shan't enter Windybanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking the statement from Mr. Windybank. But that disc's mine. I had the ticket for this coat and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well, then that's mine too, whatever it is. God, she's a brat. Now she's really pushing her luck. Mr. Strahd, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Alice would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No time. Oh? Why would they come round your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Bye. Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for a potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Ooh! Oh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later then. Bye! Shall we examine the streets? We haven't examined the street. Look at all the different things in the window of the shop. Ah, that's Windybank's pawnbrokery. It looks much smarter than the pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find Horshaw's rather inapproachable personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favourite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. I feel like she's mocking us. Can't see anything. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll be happy to defend you, of course. Okie dokie, that's pretty much it. Let's move. We are going to Sholmes' suite. Ooh! 15th of April, 3:46 PM, Sholmes' suite. Susie! Hello! Come in! Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on, you'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lol. By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Honey, oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. Wait, what? I'm scared now. Mr. Sholmes is getting very scary in this quest. Like, holy bejesus. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see.
Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does.
Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Except I think it's the other way. Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. That is a good question. I think...
What's the matter, Una? You have ever such a funny look on your face.
Because there's John Wilson. They came to Japan. Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How? How did you...
Oh, no, I can read you like a book.
This girl is dangerous.
Don't worry. You can ask me anything, I won't mind.
I suppose we're talking to her. Let's talk about Ginny. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, who else stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher? Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends.
Oh, what a lovely tale.
Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can.
Oh.
And I chase after her down the back alleys.
Interesting idea of friendship.
And then I let her have the latest colour of smoke grenade I've developed.
Oh.
There are so many beautiful colours in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow.
I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yes, that's right.
Very nice.
I got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she does actually come. So living with Sholmes, that's very interesting. What is living with Sholmes like?
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is so that I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Hang on a minute, lovely. I need something to keep me warm. There we go. Sorry, it's getting really cold here. So cold. So very cold. Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents?
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mystery cases together.
Ooh, she didn't mention that before.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all?
So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes?
Really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases?
Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly. Harry told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up and found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Harry, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all these accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes's partner. Iris's father. I feel like I know who her father is. I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, it must have been done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. Okay, that's pretty funny. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I knew it! Yes! I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That was the guy who got shot in the first case by the gentlewoman. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. I was his father, who went to some distant land and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. The court will now hear the trial of Runosuke Naruhodo. This is the very first case! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. I was wondering when we're going to put two and two together. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yuma University, and a man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Mr. Sato, yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. No, oof! Ah, my dear fellows! How good to see you! Eek, Mr. Sholmes! Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. My goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madame? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Yes, the surprise. Let's see it. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc. Oh my! Then what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection.
something spicy or really want some chocolate? God damn it. I'll be right back. I am very, very hungry. I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'll be your pickpocketing assistant.
And Bruno could be our go-to lawyer if we ever get caught. Oh, right. Okay, that is funny.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'll be delighted.
I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Are we talking to Sherlock Holmes? I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Grayson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this.
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Shons.
Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. I know that feeling. If you will humour me, my dear fellows. Cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, off McGilded, so down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars. Like this. That's amazing! Ah! The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel! Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. You developed the caramel? Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting, the result of a precisely controlled solution. I want that caramel. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes. It sounds illegal. That's because it is, I think. I think it is illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Let's check the music on the disc. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? If it plays any music. Can it record? I wonder if it's not music but recording? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. You don't have like a music box? No idea. None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Oh, goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside the music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes are to be invented using a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide all around the globe. Right, exactly. Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It's wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one's firm music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. What about the music box in the pawn shop? But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. I agree. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Hang on, what? Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Oh. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in a trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Because technically it is an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. He has been laughing really evilly. It would appear the case is not yet closed.
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with a pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windybank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Oh, I forgot about that, I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies so dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe.
So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was.
Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windybank's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madame, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than the bank's vault. Either that, or there's a story that Mr. Sholmes doesn't want the world to read.
And what about your Stradivarius, Shirley? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up. Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley?
Baskerville! Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Wait, how did she know about that? She didn't say the Hound of the Baskervilles. He just said the Baskerville story. Oh! How did she know? What's going on here? I don't know, but this is tense. There's no noise. This is so tense. Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title?
That's what I want to know.
Well,
That's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course.
But Bruno, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published.
What?
When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet.
I don't understand.
That's why he said that he'll keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is out Windy Banks. And yet, how could Susie here know which title? Well, honey, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Ah, I never thought I'd be happy to see Gina Lestrade, the brat. Mr. Strahd. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Mr. Strahd. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh, this is tense. Oh yes, just wait here, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Oh, Susako is in trouble. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What's the use, Sir Mendelssohn? Won't take no for an answer. What's that? Mendelssohn it is then. I don't think she knows what to do in this situation. Oh my god. It's a kitty. Meow. Like a hi. It's like a hi. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mrs. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. "15th of April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy." Oh, this is cute music. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I can steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time I'm in court. Why? Why do you want his glasses? Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Oh. Oh yeah, the telegram. I forgot about the telegram. The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then didn't we have to start preparing at once? Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? Is it about the Hound of Baskerville? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. Ooh, this is tense. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who can that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Iris! Ah, Iris, hello again. And Gina. want Gina too. Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. Oh, how lovely. Let me make a pot of tea.
This is so cute.
You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful?
Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? Okay, that does sound really adorable.
I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to attend this.
Wait, what? That's mine!
Oh my, however did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius.
So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though.
Ah, thank you.
Alright then, good night.
Yes, good night. Oh, is she still thinking about the Hound of the Baskervilles?
So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny?
I think I wouldn't.
I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too.
It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. I suppose we converse her about it. Alright, Iris, the manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you?
Aren't you going to tell me?
I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please.
Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
Oh, no, not at all, Iris. Not at all.
I don't know what all this is about, really, but... It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script, or whatever you call it?
It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries.
Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then?
He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Let's finish with Iris first. This stream is just all about, you know, talking to the characters and getting to know them, which I am all for. I am all for getting to know everyone. Making new friends. Absolutely, absolutely. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story, I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. from the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. I feel like now is the time! And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windybank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? You can't say that outright, Gina. What the heck? Hurley's lying to me? Sit down, Gina. Where is she anyway? There she is. Your parents.
Your mum.
Yeah, my love.
I'm good. How are you?
Good, enjoying the game. I realised that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. We've only saw her once before this, so... I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born, not even our mums. Okay, well that's sad. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. Oh, so that's why you're a pickpocket. Okay, I do like Gina now. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. Always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. That's a sad way of thinking about it. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. So who's gonna tell her that he was murdered? Oh, Iris. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Also, didn't Iris say that she can tell when someone is lying? Well, he reckons he popped that mantle script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really in old Windybank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. That's true. So she must have overheard the whole thing. Sorry, Iris. If you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Harley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, I believe. Believe me, barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windybanks. You soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Well, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. I do feel bad for Iris. She doesn't know that her dad is murdered. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris, it's always easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. I do love this music piece. This music piece is so cute. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Wait, what's going on? Why so many dots? Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? Oh, hi. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. She ran away, right? Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home. No? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Mr. Sato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. I don't want to! I don't wanna! What's this about? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windybanks' pawnbrokery. Mr. Windybanks. Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really in old Windybanks' storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
Could Gina have gone? You see, it seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no! No, not really! Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once! Mr. Sato! 16th of April, 1:14 a.m., Baker Street. Oh, I'm now worried that she will be the murder victim. The door to Windy Banks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Let's go, let's go! We should save Gina. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Ah! Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? No, 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 no. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them. Go. Right. Mr. Sholmes has got shot. Blast. I've lost them. Hello, hello. What have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windy Banks. Don't die, Mr. Sholmes. Do not die.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
What about the... I thought the policeman was nearby. Is that Gina? No, there's Gina!
It's Gina!
Wait. To be continued! Ah, I think this is the best place to stop. Holy crap! Yeah, I think this is a great place to stop right about now. But holy crap. That was insane. Mr. Sholmes has got shot. Gina might have got shot too. Like, holy crap. I don't... That was a lot. That was a lot. Sorry, let me deactivate and activate the camera. But, oh my goodness. I do hope that you very much enjoy this stream, everyone. As again, it's another short one because I unfortunately have to go and do a couple of things. But thank you for joining me in my stream. I do hope that you very much enjoy it. I'm very invested in this, I really am. But tomorrow we are going to take a break from it because tomorrow we're going to play a bit of Coral Island. I'm sure you guys are waiting for Coral Island. Definitely, definitely. So yeah, that would be fun for tomorrow. If I'm going to find somebody to raid. But oh my goodness, I hope Gina is okay now. I'm kind of feeling guilty for calling her a brat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Alrighty then. Let's have a look. Who is up and about? Who is up and about?
Oh yay, Hollow is there! I'm playing some Sonic Adventure 2. I'll give him a raid, so make sure you give him all the love in the world. Lovely stuff. And yes, thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope you very much enjoyed it. And yes, tomorrow I am going to be streaming some Coral Island. So for some chill stream after today. So if you're interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you, lovelies. And yeah, anyway guys, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.